For EP, climbing walls and handholds is our business, but that's really not why we're here. We're here to enrich people's lives and introduce climbing to the world. We know that once somebody gets an opportunity to go indoors and climb on a climbing wall, that they're going to be hooked and they're going to be a climber for life.
And it's a very good morning from me, Johnny Bryant, and I welcome you to Noumea in the South Pacific in New Caledonia. Last week we saw the stars of today. Well, here in the South Pacific we have the stars of tomorrow. Welcome to the IFSC World Youth Championships for 2014. Well, this morning it is lead qualifications. We have so many athletes for you to go through between now and maybe the next 4 hours or so, and so much so that we're going to have to split the screen left, right and centre to see every athlete make their qualifications here on this Saturday morning in a cloudy, a little bit drizzly Noumea. So Matthias is our MC, and as you can see, this is what we are going to do for you over the next 4 hours or so. There are 6 routes on show here. On the top left of your screen, will be the Youth A, male route 1. Then you can see the top right of your screen, as you can see with the sign there, female Youth A. That's the white route. Then, bottom left, the blue route, will be the junior male. The junior female will also be on the bottom left of your screen. On the bottom right, Youth B male in the green, and the Youth B female will be the red route. As I mentioned, so many athletes to go through here this morning in Noumea. There's 32 in female Youth B, 39 in male Youth B, 38 in female Youth A, 46 in male Youth A, female juniors there are 25, and male juniors there are 32. So plenty of athletes as the first climbers are due to make their way into the arena. And so much so, I'm just calculating all on the top of my head, I think it's somewhere around 210 athletes you'll see over the next 4 hours or so. So keep your eyes on your favourites, and for all the start lists, go online, ifsc-climbing.org, to follow your particular favourite.
They don't hear you. Yeah. Les deux. They train all year long to be here today.
So the first climbers making their way out, starting their qualifications. I'll chat you through a few of these. Starting. So on the top left of your screen, that is actually Nicolas Colleen from Belgium.
And the winner, no?
And Olivia Wyatt of Canada. Let's get us underway. Strong Canadian presence here in Noumea.
Oh merde, je suis bloqué sur ma pelouse.
Vous devez filmer les deux voies, hein? Ouais.
Les deux voies, mais pas le winner? Le winner, non?
Non, les deux voies.
D'accord, ok. Bah, ils sont vachement séparés, hein. D'accord. Ça, ouais, grave large, quoi. Bah là, j'ai 3 voix carrément.
Yeah, so look at Olivia Waite, 17 years of age. One of her first climbs here on the IFSC stage.
Il fait les deux, et quand c'est plus possible,
Nicholas Colleen from Belgium.
dès qu'il tombe, tu passes sur l'autre.
D'accord, bah, donc moi je suis sur celui qui gagne là-haut.
That's a decent season actually in the
Là, je peux pas, tellement que c'est large, j'ai deux
on
avoirs.
the youth tour.
Faire les deux, tu fais plus.
Well, he was 6th in the European Youth Cup in Imst earlier this year. 5th in the European Youth Championship, also in Imst last year as well. So definitely a climber with pedigree and future talent in this sport. Sung Champi from Korea. We've already the end of his climb for the 18-year-old from Seoul. Kyra Conley just finishing as well. The 18-year-old who was 3rd in the speed World Championships, World Youth Championships last year in Canada. So no doubt we'll see her for the speed as well. Over the weekend, a lot of these climbers will be taking part in both disciplines, the lead and the speed. And just 2 climbers remain on the wall at the moment. Nicholas Colleen and Matthias Posch from Austria. Matthias, 15 years old from Imst, the World Junior number 1. 2nd out in Imst in the European Youth Cup early this year. The European Youth Championship is also 2nd as well, up in Edinburgh. And looks like this could be a good start this for Matthias. I spoke too soon. But still a good start. Just to remind you as well, normal rules apply. The top 26 from each category will advance through to the semi-finals, which take place tomorrow, before the finals on Monday night and Tuesday night respectively. I said we have plenty of athletes taking part here in these games. And what a start from the Belgian, Nicholas Colleen. It gives us our first top of the day. So the next few climbers making their way out into the arena, some of them already making their starts. And Matthias Posch starting with a 42 plus. I'll keep you abreast of all the scores as well as we go on, and maybe some of these young climbers will also be joining us for a little chat with me about their potential futures in the sport. I know that we'll see some of the best that youth climbing has to offer over the next 4 days. And then let you know the scores of the first climbs. In fact, Olivia Wyatt from Canada scored 16 plus. Nicholas Colleen, as I mentioned, first top of the day. Sung Chan P, 15 plus on his qualifying route number 1. Kyra Conley, 37 plus from the American. Matthias Posch, 42 plus, and Carly McElroy with a 14 plus. And moving up the start there from Nathan LeBlanc-Lemanche. A little bit disappointing there from the Canadian. But a lot of these athletes will be back for a second bite of the cherry later this afternoon when they take on the second routes. It's a bit of opening ceremony we had here in Noumea yesterday. There was all the athletes came out to massive cheers from a very strong crowd we have here in New Caledonia. And yesterday we had some dance show from a South Pacific troupe. That was very exciting. Just to remind you, you guys, the Twitterati out there, as I like to call you, the hashtag's changed for this competition. It's not IFSC WC. This is the World Youth Championships, so it's IFSC WICH is the hashtag.
Elle est tombée vraiment à la fin, la pauvre.
That was Julissa Slimzek. Back later on for her second attempt. Gianluca Porsche. He's a male in the top right of the screen. Really making good progress here on this route. And Tieto Nakagami and his effort there. Just coming up a little bit shy now. As I said, we've got so much action here on the wall today that it's given our director a bit of a headache. My good friend and producer Michael Roper sitting right next to me. Steam already coming out of his ears. I'm only 14 minutes into the show. Yes, Mike's live in full place his third World Youth Championships, and he's already laid the gauntlet down to my good self to take him on the speed wall over the weekend. I'm still yet to take him up on that offer, but if I do, it will not be filmed. He's on his head, says he will, but we shall see. But as I mentioned though, there's a lot of action going on here, and we have 4 cameras, 4 positions, so we're going to try and show you as much as we can with all the athletes here in Noumea. So if you miss out on your particular favourites, that's, for example, the junior females are near the top and junior male climbers just starting, then our apologies that we can really say. We've got to try and give every climber as much coverage as we can. 2 more climbers getting underway. Reese Brandon from Australia.
Vous avez vu ça ou pas?
Victoria Meshkova of Russia. Some more scores to give you. Talia Slemedzek of Slovenia scored 37 plus on her route. Tieto Nakagami matched Mattias Posch with 42 plus. Captain Aman of Sweden scored a 32. Nathan LeBlanc-Lemont, he was annoyed with his particular climb. You can see why, he only scored 13 plus there, so no doubt I'll do something better in the afternoon. Gianluca Porsche of Austria joins Nicholas Colleen with a top on qualifying route number 1. And that's where we stand right now. A lot of vocal support for the Australian Reese Brandon. For those of you wondering where we are in the world, New Caledonia, it's roughly in between Australia and Fiji in the South Pacific. Around 2.5 hours flight from in Sydney. So remind you, if you want to have comments, IFSC WICH is the hashtag. Do enjoy reading your comments and seeing what the great climbing fraternity has to say about these World Youth Championships.
Ah, le gars dont je te parlais tout à l'heure, là en bleu, là aussi. En fait, il faisait le plus marbre comme lui. Il fait les plus marbres dans les arbres à la rivière bleue. Elle est forte.
A good decent climb this from the Russian Victoria Meshkova. Very close to topping out, as long as she can just hold on here. An excellent start there from Victoria Meshkova. She finds the top. Just a couple of climbers left on the wall right now. Lucas Ukeda from Canada and Masato Nishikori from Japan. More scores to give you. Claire Bufind on female Youth A scored 38 plus. Martin Bergrand of Slovenia topping out on the male juniors. Katarina Mann of Sweden, 32. Samantha Stanton of South Africa with a 20 on female juniors. Reese Brandon, 31 plus for the Australian on male youth B. And Victoria Meshkova, first climb to top on female youth B. So it's an early start for us here today in Noumea. Starting at 9 AM. Just to remind you, we'll be back later on this afternoon, of the evening I should say, 5 o'clock here local time will be, for the qualifying route 2. For all these climbers taking part this morning. No doubt, amongst these climbers maybe, there could be a future world champion. Looking at the drama that we saw last week in Gijon. This wonderful spectacle that we had in Gijon 7 days ago with Jean Kim and Adam Ondra. Ondra creating history, as it were, becoming a world bouldering champion and world lead champion in the same year. And Jean Kim breaking her duck of World Championships and coming second 3 times in a row. And finally securing the world crown 7 days ago. It was a beautiful night in Gijon. But no doubt there will see some great stories here over the next few days.
Tout mal à la tête d'avoir la tête en l'air. Et je trouve quoi.
So do let us know who you're supporting, who you're following. No doubt you will have plenty of stories as well for a lot of these climbers. 340 in all taking part in these World Youth Championships. A lot of them will be taking part in the speed competitions. They get underway on Monday and Tuesday. So let's fly through some more scores for you. In female youth A, Masato Nishikori scored in 44 plus. She leads currently. Lucas Ukeda from Canada at 41 plus for Lucas. Evgeny Kozlov, 23. Tegan Wilson at 25 plus puts the American into 3rd place. And Gania Gambre of Slovenia, starting at number 4. She topped out in the bottom right of your screen earlier. So, 2 tops currently on female youth B.
Un pôle aérial prod de diffusion et de montage pré-réalisé, quoi. Qu'on soit plusieurs à travailler et fournir du montage, du contenu. Ouais. Ouais, ouais.
Both Koreans leaving the wall, Min Young Lee and Jim Min Ho. As I mentioned, 2 qualifying routes for all of these climbers today. First crack. First crack here this morning, and then the second one later on this evening. 5 PM start here, local time. So that's 8 AM back in the UK. Or back in Central European time, 7 AM in the UK, 2 AM on the east coast of America. So first bit of news to bring you has been delivered to me by the IFSC. One athlete has failed to arrive here. Borna Kuzic of Croatia. A lot of the good organisation here in Noumea. They're not wasting any time. They're bringing out a conveyor belt of talent. I'll try and keep you abreast of all the results as they come in. But it says, as you can see, we've got action galore. It would be a bit wrong of us to go away to a results board whilst some of these climbers are still in action. So for all the results currently, head on to the website ifsc-climbing.org. That's where the start lists are also available as well, where you can find your favourites. But at the end of the round, I will run through each results for you. And I'll keep you abreast of scores as they come in. Like, for example, Mariana Alonso Ukeleme from Mexico. Not the best start for the Mexican, 12 plus. Scored on her first qualification route. Bin Young Lee of Korea scored a 40 in male youth B. Anne-Sophie Collard, I beg your pardon. She is tied for the lead in qualification 1 in female juniors, scoring a 37 plus, tied with Kida Condi of the United States. Matthew Zhang of Australia, just a 13 plus scored for Matthew, puts him tied 4th. Rulin Pang of China with a 20 plus. Jimin No of Korea with a 30 plus in male youth A. Masato Nishikori, 44 plus, and Mo Yoshimura of Japan, both Japanese athletes there, 40 plus for Mo Yoshimura. Puts her into second place. It's a Japanese 1-2 in female youth A. Well, it's good news for the female juniors because, as I rightly mentioned, as with all climbing lead competitions, top 26 will go through to the semi-finals. And for the female juniors, there's 25 of them, so it's a day of climbing for them.
Ouais, c'est Kaira cette année. En fait, il m'avait donné jusqu'au mois de juin pour prendre ma décision pour cette année. Donc je lui ai dit ok, on fait l'épreuve. Il m'a dit ouais, mais on a une problématique, c'est qu'on a suffisamment d'épreuves pour cette année. Et du coup, il devait me relancer, il devait voir avec les compétiteurs pour voir si j'étais intéressé de venir. Et il m'a jamais relancé. Donc même s'ils avaient voulu.
A lot of vocal support for the American Margot Hayes.
Voilà, c'est ça en fait. Attends, les mecs, ils viennent
47 American athletes have come over to New Caledonia, matched exactly the same by the Russians. Vocal support from 47 as well.
et puis ils ont des destinations qui sont suffisamment exotiques maintenant pour pouvoir tirer des belles images, quoi. Avant, c'était pas le cas. Bah ouais. Puis moi, ce qui me fatiguait un petit peu sur la fin aussi, c'est d'avoir affaire à des enfants gâtés, tu vois. Tu reçois 13, non, les riders et les riders parce que ils étaient pas du tout et puis le staff a dit le moindre petit truc, il fallait le payer, quoi. Les mecs qui payaient sa bouteille d'eau, il fallait que ça leur coûte 0 balles, quoi, tu vois. Donc l'état d'esprit, putain, à la fin, t'en as marre, quoi. Ouais, t'en fous, mais ouais, tu rames. Ouais, je pourrais donner ça pendant 5 ans.
A few climbers out. Claudia Maldonado of Mexico. So Claudia at the IFSC World Cup in Vail 12 months ago. Well, she took part there.
Bon, je pense que demain je vais prendre mon 400 parce que là en haut 200 ça va être
A lot of vocal support for Margot Hayes, who's really making a good fist of the Youth A route. That is her fellow countryman Andrew Noumea on the junior male route at the bottom left of your screen. Laura Stockler doing well on Youth B. Young-hoon Kim of Korea on the top right of your screen.
Là, vous voyez jamais personne à part eux. Ouais, ça, eux il faut qu'ils bossent, mais nous non, c'est pas grave. Par contre, je pense qu'ils vont pas quitter qu'on se mette devant eux non plus. Ils sont mobiles en plus ce soir. Parce que bouger, ouais, tu prends le parapluie, tu fais flat. Génial,
So that's going to be abreast of where we stand right now. Let's add a couple more scores for you. Andrew Noumea scoring a 13 plus, along with Dong Gu Son of Korea and Matthew Zhang of Australia. Both of them topping up the male juniors leaderboard at the moment. Martin Bergant of Slovenia is the leader after 7 climbers. And the first French climber going out is Hugo Pamenter. For those of you who are not up on your history of New Caledonia, it is a part of France. It's France in the South Pacific, that's what it is. Yes, as I mentioned over the last 40 minutes or so, we've got so much action here that we can't go away to graphics of leaderboards or start lists. If you want to find your favourites, just go online to the IFSC website. It's www.ifsc-climbing.org. Find the World Youth Championships and you'll see all 6 categories ready, and including the leaderboards and the start lists, so you can find your favourites. Figure out what time they'll come out as well. Like, we're estimating we'll finish here roughly around 1:30 with the male youth lead, male youth A finals, I do beg your pardon, qualifying route sections. 46 climbers in total for that one, so that'll be the last group to finish. As I mentioned, we've got so much action going on, it'd be unfair of us to go away because somebody could miss their favourites. So that's one of the reasons why we're going to stay with climbing all the way, and at the end of the qualifying categories I will round up the results to tell you where everybody stands, and then we'll be back here at 5 PM here local time, which is around 8 AM Central European time for the second half of the qualifyings, when we go on qualifying route number 2. And just to remind you, same time on Sunday, 5 PM here local time, 8 AM Central European time, when we'll have the semi-finals of these World Youth Championships, I should say. And the speed gets underway Monday morning here local time. I do hope you can join us then. As I mentioned when I was in Gijon last week, fascinating, or should I say amazing feat by Daniel Bodriev of the Ukraine, taking 1/1300th of a second off the world record in the final of the World Championship. It was unbelievable to see. And no doubt, over the next 4 days we're going to see some stars of the future here in Noumea, and maybe one day we'll surpass that time. No disappointment there for one of the Mexicans. Alejandro Martinez Cordero. A massive scream there from the Mexican, no doubt disappointed with his score. I'll relay it to you as soon as it comes in. Claudio Maldonado scored 37 plus on her route. Alejandro Martinez Cordero just 12 plus, puts him in 8th place. That's why there's such a disappointment.
on, Brendan.
Somebody's asking on Twitter when the first Kiwi was out. Well, he's out right now. Zach Schuster-Barton. As our two Russian climbers, Konstantin Godlenko, Arina Vadik, one of 47, or two of 47 climbers that the Russian Federation have sent here to Noumea. And Julia Fisa doing excellent work here on female youth A route. As you can probably hear in the background, a lot of vocal support for Brendan Mitchell as he close to topping out here on the Youth A route. They always bring a lot of vocal support, the Americans. There's one thing you can always guarantee. And Brendan Mitchell becomes the third climber to top out on male Youth A. He joins Jean-Luc Posch and Nicolas Collin of Belgium. Good start for the American. And things the first South African athletes that we've seen so far. This is Yaya Curtis, just getting underway on the men's Youth A, as is Zeman Jesnikov as well of Russia. As you see the bottom of your screen, the Russian athletes rolling out in force here. The Mexican athlete at the bottom right of your screen is Aaron David Sariano Epa, the 8th climber of 39 to make it out on men's Youth B. few more results to bring you. Julia Fiese of Austria, 40 plus. Maori Deshmukh. Now, interesting story this. Maori is the only Indian athlete to make it here to Noumea. And no doubt we'll try and grab a word with her this evening. But a very disappointing start for the Indian climber. Just 5 plus scored on qualifying route number 1. Alejandro Martinez Cordero, 12 plus. Zach Schuster-Barton also been matched with a 12 plus as well in the male junior section. Aya Ono topped out on female juniors. The 19-year-old. Seen her many times on the Bouldering World Cups. But she's a pretty consistent top 20 climber. And no doubt could be one of the favourites here to pick up this World Youth title. Giorgio Bendazzoli from Italy, 41 scored from Giorgio. Change from Reece Brandon scored, the Australian. He had 32 plus originally. He's been recalibrated and put onto a 41 instead. Puts him in tied 3rd place. Carlos Granja from Ecuador, 40 plus. Aaron David Sipino-Epard, we've just seen, with a 30 plus. And just to remind you, all these results are online for you at ifsc-climbing.org, as well as the start list as well, where you can find your favourites. No doubt each of you watching right now has particular athletes that they're waiting for. Go online, search them. And also use the hashtag on Twitter as well. IFSC WYCH is the hashtag, different to our regular World Cups, such as the great event that we have here in the South Pacific. Fascinating part of the world that we've spent the last couple of days in here in Noumea. Those you want a nice little fascinating fact, it is the 3rd biggest producer of nickel in the world, New Caledonia. Reliably informed that the other day. And also hosted the 3rd biggest World Championships of climbing in the world as well. Irina Varika of Russia, she found a top on female youth B. 4th athlete to top out on that route. Julia Masulo of Canada, 23 was her score on qualifying route number 1 in female youth B. Gillian Ha of Canada, 17 plus for Julia. Gillian, didn't beg your pardon, 17 plus for the Canadian there on female juniors. 9th athlete out in that particular section. Zimin Chesnikov, 16 plus for the Russian, and just been followed in by Toon Cloisters of the Netherlands, a 15 plus for the Dutchman. On male juniors, male youth A, Yaya Curtis of South Africa, 22 was his score, currently in 9th place on male youth A. And female youth A, Margot Hayes, 41 plus is the latest score to be added to that list.
Dégager l'assistance rapidement du sujet sans perdre de temps et sans
As I mentioned, just to remind you that all these climbers will have 2 goes, 2 qualifying routes they have to do. They'll come back tonight under the floodlights. Decent climb there from Kyle Murdoch. Now they'll put him in the middle section of the leaderboard.
Ce qui est intéressant, c'est quand tu fais le montage et quand tu fais tout, c'est que tu sais exactement ce que tu as besoin au moment où tu le prends. Bah, par rapport à ce que tu dois leur faire dire et ce que tu veux monter, quoi. Donc il faut être vraiment structuré dans ton quand tu vois le reportage qu'ils ont fait hier, je peux te regarder Caledonia première. Enfin, ils ont fait un truc sur l'escalade là, juste ils ont fait un espèce de focus sur un mec là, de Caledonie première qui est monté, qui a fait un petit essai de grimpette. Ah, pas du tout, mais alors vraiment pas quoi. Et là-dessus, il passe 3 minutes d'image quoi. Ouais. C'est quel endroit? Ah ouais, d'accord. Le truc où il y a les 2 carrés jaunes là? Enfin, les 2 triangles jaunes. Moi ça va, ouais, ils arrivent à... Enfin pas tous, hein, mais ils arrivent à passer quand même l'arrêt vertical. C'est les conditions idéales, hein.
Hector Lopez Valdez making a good fist of the male juniors. And possible star of the future in the bottom right of your screen, Kai Leitner of the United States. And a potential star of the day, in fact. Jessica Peels of Austria, 3rd in Imst on the senior tour earlier this year. Won plenty of bouldering titles as well, win the European Youth Championship in Arco. Second European Youth Championships as well. Plenty of European Youth titles for Jessica Peels. And no doubt the 2 climbers at the bottom of your screen should advance pretty far in this competition on paper.
Ouais, putain, ouais. Il est mal barré là.
The American strong crowd really behind Kai Leitner. Two really good climbs here from Jessica Pills and Kai Leitner. Ben Hanna just getting underway as well on Youth A. Beautifully done here from Jessica Pills. Excellent top from the Austrian climber, and no doubt one of the favourites to pick up this World Youth crown. Yes, no climbers topped out on Youth B, and that is as far as Kai Leitner goes, but it's still excellent start from the American.
Faudrait travailler en vertical avec les axes de cam.
And this could be the fifth top on female Youth B from Elena Krasavaskia. So the fifth climber to top out on female Route B. So much action going on around the wall. Eloise Dumont of Belgium. Excellent. And Horito Shimizu of Japan. Topping out on junior males. We were chatting to the Japanese coach yesterday. He come and said hello. He was looking forward to welcoming me to Inzai. A little giggle there between me and my producer. And I'm going to keep that between me and my producer. I'll tell you why when we get to Inzai. Eloise Dumont in the meantime doing excellent work here on the top left of your screen on the Youth A route. Ben Hanna Also making good progress on the Youth A male route as well. Junior female route just getting underway is Dinu of China. And you see in the bottom right of your screen on the Youth B route. For males, it's Yui Kato of Japan. Let me get some more scores coming in. As I mentioned, Elenia Krasavskia of Russia, she topped out. Followed by Samantha Hendes Gomez. Just an 11 scored from the Mexican athlete on female Youth B. Male Youth B. Not much has changed in the male Youth B section. But Kai Leitner's score was 41 plus, puts him in to tied 4th place. In fact, no, just 4th place on his own for the American. The male juniors, we have already seen 13 athletes. Hector Lopez Valdez scored a 31. Excellent score actually for the Mexican. It puts him into into 3rd place by himself. And Haruto Shimizu tied for the lead with Martin Bergant. The only 2 climbers to top on the male junior section. Benjamin Hanna just leaving the wall with a 41 plus. Carl Murdoch of Canada, 31 plus. 34 plus, I do beg your pardon. Danny Zakharov of Russia, 32. His score, and 3 climbers have topped out on the male Youth A. They are Jean-Luc Posch, Brendan Mitchell of the United States, and Nicholas Cullen of Belgium. Female Youth A. Kaisa Rosen, 42, put into 3rd place. Still just 1 top, and that's Eloise Dumont of Belgium in that section. And finally, in male Youth B, still yet to see a top from these athletes.
C'était chaud. Là, cette année, ils ont pris une boîte, 2 mecs, là, un mec et une nana, là, je sais pas si tu en as parlé, Fred. Ils viennent de France, là, ils ont fait des magazines.
And very quickly, female juniors, Aya Ono and Jessica Pills are the only 2 athletes to top out so far in female juniors. And there are 12 down, so many to go. So we have a South Korean, a New Zealander, 2 Americans, 1 Japanese athlete and 1 Mexican on the wall right now. As I mentioned, 47 American athletes have come here to Noumea, as have the same amount of Russian athletes as well. So you can hear a lot of American vocal support. Daniel Newth scoring 32. As I mentioned, there's a conveyor belt of talent here in Noumea. They're really getting on with business. And Chen Huanzong is going to join the party.
Team from Korea and team from USA.
Also been joined by Rudolf Runa, Youth B. Crowd really behind Rudolf Rana here. Good climb here from Rudolf Rana.
Ça peut être déstabilisant pour ceux qui sont pas arrivés au bout. Ah ouais. Ah, elle passe bien la coréenne.
Yes, Rudolf Rana is the first climber to top out on male Youth B. And I've been joined by the South African athlete, Chris Kossa.
Ça a été une qui avait fait le montage sur le scope, non? Ouais. T'avais travaillé avec eux? Cette année aussi? Ouais, cette année. Pas en hélico ou pas? Non, en hélico à chaque fois, ouais. Hélico, au sol. C'est chouette, hein? Ouais, c'est bon. C'est super visuel en plus. Du vent, c'est cool. Ouais, il y a 3 années, ils ont une pétole, mon gars. Ouais, ouais. Non, ça aimait bien.
Our sincere apologies for a little technical difficulties with a couple of our cameras, but I'll keep abreast of what's happening with those climbers. In the meantime, I'll run you through the leaderboards of all the competitions, beginning with Male Youth A. So far we've seen 14 climbers come out, and of those 14 in the Male Youth A competition, only 3 have topped out. They are Nicholas Colleen, Brendan Mitchell and Jean-Luc Posch. Ben Hanna of the United States is tied with Lucas Yvkeda of Canada on 41+. Hugo Parmetea of France with a 37+ in 6th place. Carl Murdoch of Canada in 7th place with 34+. Hyung Hoon Kim of Korea, 32+ in 8th. 2 climbers tied in 9th place, Daniel Newt and Danny Zakirov with a 32 respectively. Jimin No of South Korea in 11th place with a 30+. Yaya Curtis of South Africa with a 22+, and at the bottom of the leaderboard currently is Chen Kanzong and Rudlin Pang, both Chinese athletes with a 20+. That rounds up Male Youth A. Female Youth A. 11 athletes have taken to the wall so far, and of those 11, only 1 has topped out. That's the Belgian athlete, Heloise Dumont. Second place, Misato Nishikori of Japan with a 44+. 42 for Kaisa Rosen of Sweden. Margot Hayes of the United States with a 41+. Julia Fiza of Austria, 40+. Tied with Min Sun Kim of Korea and Mo Yoshimura. 8th place, Claire Befind of the United States with 38+. And then 3 athletes with some work to do. Zingun Kim of Korea with a 19. Olivia Wyatt of Canada with a 16+, and Mauri Deshmukh of India with 5+. Just had a little bit of troubleshooting on the cameras, as I mentioned. So don't worry, our graphics will be back up shortly. There's a little bit of route cleaning going on as well, currently on the male juniors section. So So I'll run you through that leaderboard as there's no action on there right now. And so far we have seen 15 athletes take to the male juniors section. To be fair, 16 because another score's just come in. And of those 16 athletes, 2 have topped out. They are Martin Brigant of Slovenia and Haruto Shimizu of Japan. Third place, Keiichiro Karinaga of Japan with a 40. Hector Lopez Valdez of Mexico with 31. Evgeny Kozlov of Russia with a 23 in 5th. Zeman Chesnikov of Russia with a 16. Then some lower scores, you could say, from a lot of these climbers. Toon Kleisters and Sungchan P of Korea and Kleisters of the Netherlands, 15 plus apiece. James Davidson of Australia, 13 plus, tied with Nathan LeBlanc Limoges. And alongside Loic Martel Magnan, Andrew Nimmer and Dong Guson and Matthew Zhang of Australia. All those climbers on 13 plus. And then at the bottom of the leaderboard in tied 15th, Zach Justa Barton and Alejandro Martinez Cordero, both on 12 plus. The female juniors stands like this. So far, we've had a number of athletes come out, 13 in fact. And of those 13, we have seen 2 athletes top out. They are Aya Ono and Jessica Pils, both 2 quality climbers. You can definitely say, as we've seen them on the senior tour on a number of occasions. Both them climbers topping out. Third place, Kaya Condi with a 38, and Sophie Koller of Switzerland with a 37 plus, tied with Claudia Maldonado. In 6th place, Catherine Amann of Sweden, tied with Di Nu of China. Marianne Ferro with a 31 plus in 8th place. Elena Markashiva with a 25 plus, tied with Tegan Wilson of the United States. In 11th place, Corinne Bardi of Canada with a 23 plus. Samantha Stainton of South Africa with a 20. And Gillian Howe of Canada with a 17 plus. She currently resides in 13th place. As you see in the top right of your screen, as the Youth A male routes getting cleaned by the route setters, you can see the scale of this wall. Now, one story I should mention, that this wall was actually damaged by fire a couple of months back, and it's taken a lot of action, a lot of logistics to get this wall ready for these World Championships. So credit must be given to the organisers here in New Caledonia. And on the back of this wall, as you see in the top right of your screen, there's a bouldering wall there with overhangs, and it's a good warm-up area for all of these climbers. So a lot of them really taking advantage of this good outdoor gymnasium they have here in Noumea. And one other thing I should mention as well, it's not just the fun on the wall, there's a lot of fun off the wall as well. And just looking behind it, it's a little bit of an athlete's village and a tented village as well. That we may show you later on. A lot of shops, a lot of stalls, a lot of refreshments as well.
réfléchis déjà à des reportages que tu pourrais faire dans ton environnement? Par rapport à... Il n'y a pas de restriction. Non. Si le sujet n'a pas été couvert, je te dirais, parce qu'on en fait beaucoup. Hein. Mais par contre, voilà, on n'est pas là pour faire de l'actu. On fait des portraits, on fait du comment ça marche. Tu sais comment tous les gens ils partagent. Voilà, ouais. Sur la saison de la tout le monde. Ouais, moi aussi j'aime bien, mais on a nécessité de fournir 3 reportages par semaine en sport. Donc c'est le domaine d'activité où effectivement on a... Ouais, et je travaille beaucoup avec Jamie Waimo. Tu connais Jamie? C'est un ancien de Caledonia, qui faisait de la radio, un mélanésien, super gentil.
So we're in between a little bit of cleaning on the routes here, and 1 or 2 climbers just making their way to start their qualifications. I should, of course, mention the Youth B leaderboard and the female Youth B, so I'll just run you through those names right now. Just one athlete has topped out on the male Youth B competition. That was Rudolf Runar of the United States. 3 climbers tied in second place on 42 plus. They are Tito Nagagami of Japan, Matthias Posch of Austria, and Mizuki Tajima of Japan. Kai Leitner of the United States on a 41 plus, and 3 athletes on 41. Giorgio Bandazzoli of Italy, Reese Brandon of Australia, Min Young Lee of Korea. Then we have Carlos Granja of Ecuador in 9th place with the 40 plus. Yui Kato of Japan with 39 plus. Yema Alba of Sweden with 35 plus. Then in 12th place the Russian Konstantin Gorlenko. 13th place Aaron David Serrano Epard of Mexico with a 30 plus. And finally, top of the leaderboard is Christopher Kosa of South Africa. My producer right next to me having a good rant right now with regards to one of our chief route setters. You're annoying Michael, he's using a ladder. He's using the ladder. Much to Mike's disdain next to me. He's gonna have a word with one of our route setters about that later on. It's a climbing competition. Why is he using ladders? Yeah, Paula, one of our chief route setters, he'll be having a slap on the wrist from Michael Roper later on. What, he should be called in front of the jury, should he? In the meantime, he's still got some good talent on the wall right now. Brian Yang. Here's another United States climber. So much vocal support for the Americans here. They've really come out in their numbers.
Par contre, les routes sont pourries. Non, mais par contre, ouais, et puis tu essayes de choper un maximum de... Tu vois, moi mon montage, je l'intercale, je le fais vivre avec une séquence, une séquence active. Un reportage, je chevauche les deux en entrée, parce que je vais te parler de mec pendant que tu as les images. Tu viens sur le mec, tu rebalances les images pendant qu'il parle sur la fin de son discours, qui correspondent à ce qu'il est en train de dire, et tu rattaques sur un outil qui est après derrière. Donc avec un autre mec qui peut parler de son truc, balancer des images d'action, toujours sur le même sujet. Je peux aller jusqu'à 4-5 intervenants. Ouais. Sur un reportage de 7 minutes, tu peux aller jusqu'à 10-12 minutes même. Mais bon,
Julia Panteliva. Top left of your screen, Brian Hang of the United States, and then top right, Solomon Romain from France. Just departed the wall. And we've got another American climber about to start as well. A lot of cleaning going on.
Et de structurer comme ça, tu gagnes vachement de temps dans ton découpage et dans ton montage en fait. Ouais, ok. Ouais, bah là je te l'amènerai pendant cette semaine.
Just reminds my producer, Paul, one of the route setters, he's got the ladder out again.
Faire des belles images quoi. Ce que je fais, c'est voilà, c'est d'essayer de faire des belles images qui accrochent.
Yes, it could be next to the IFSC WYCH hashtag. Use the hashtag Laddergate, I think that's going to be commonly known. So Mike's so happy about this. He's going to have a good rant on our route setters about this later on. Ladders in a climbing competition, shocking.
Ça, ils ont un contrat avec l'ASA 5, ils payent assez cher pour ça. Donc tu prends ce que tu veux. Juste par contre leur donner le nom des... Même pas, rien, c'est top. Je veux dire, c'est... Ah bah je veux, ouais. Paye au moins. Pour les reportages,
So, change of climbers on the wall. A few names to bring you. Johan Brinkman of Switzerland. Shinichiro Noumea of Japan. Lucas Kiepel of the United States. And Dana Gelimkanova of Russia.
Si on en fait beaucoup, je pourrais avoir une facturation par quinzaine, tu vois. Ce qu'on peut faire aussi, dans ce que je fais aussi pour la chronique en sport, c'est tu fais ton reportage et tu fais une interview sèche d'un mec qui expliquerait la globalité, c'est-à-dire ça peut être un représentant de ligue ou d'un truc comme ça, et là ça anime la chronique aussi. Je comprends ça dans mon forfait quand je fais un peu de sport. C'est pas lui dire voilà, dans le reportage que je lui fournis en sport, je fais parfois une chronique. Pour animer sa chronique, il a le reportage d'un mec en brut. Le mec va expliquer un petit peu tout ce qu'il y a autour, la partie encadrement. Ouais, non, à côté. C'est un interview sec, tu vois. Bah, ça permet, si tu veux, dans sa chronique, de faire une partie où il y a un mec qui va expliquer comment on arrive à ce sport, comment c'est structuré en Calédonie, et après tu pars sur le reportage. Donc dans sa chronique, lui, il arrive à morceler et faire 2 ITV et un reportage. Maintenant, on peut, si ça te donne du travail ou que tu penses que c'est superflu, tu peux partir que sur l'idée du reportage. Tout à fait, ouais. Avec eux, je suis pas moins dedans. C'est plaisir. Tu es sur place, tu fais une TV, ça ne coûte rien, quoi. Et si après tu as 3 heures de montage, ça ne le fait pas. Et quand c'est une interview sèche sur un mec, là ça me dérange pas de le... Tu travailles dans ton format, tu es en quoi avec la P2, c'est de la VCAG, VC Intra, VC Pro, et en fait, c'est un convertisseur multi-format, et tu sors ton format avec ton truc en XT-Cam, jusqu'à 2.2, 50 mégabits. Voilà, sur ton là ou en 1080.
First British athlete, it's Molly Thompson-Smith.
timeline en montage, j'insère.
Flying the flag for now a united kingdom.
Parce qu'ils sont tous en semi.
After the news of Scottish rejecting independence so the last 24 hours.
Un bon fichier au départ. Hein.
The blue is staying on the Union Jack for now.
C'est du 50 hits. Moi je suis monté et converti en I. Ouais. Tu préfères?
Ah oui, mais peut-être t'as pas la conversion. C'est entrelacé quoi, c'est propre.
Ouais, c'est sûr.
Good climb there from Shinichiro Noumea.
Non, mais je me dis que le progressif, ça peut toujours servir. Enfin, moi, je trouve que c'est plus propre que le progressif.
Ah, mais là, je suis d'accord.
Surtout si tu dois faire des ralentis ou des trucs comme ça. Après, moi, dans mes sujets diffusés montés en progressif et convertis en I en diffusion, je trouve que ça passe plus propre. Quoi. Donc, si tu te sens plus à l'aise avec le progressif.
Est-ce qu'on peut leur dire en progressif?
Moi je les ai en. Je suis obligé de les placer dans le timeline en l'entrelacé. C'est comme tu veux, quoi. Si tu veux travailler en. Je pense que le résultat final, si tu votes en entrelacé, c'est le L'avantage, c'est que tu gardes mon montage en progressif. Et moi, c'est ce que je fais. Quoi. Je garde mon montage en progressif, je convertis et je sais que j'ai une base en progressif. Et quand tu es en entrelacé direct, tu reviens pas au progressif. Enfin,
si tu peux en fait.
Ouais, mais c'est moins propre. Le 50i, c'est du 25p en fait. Enfin, si ça t'intéresse, j'ai aussi d'autres contrats à côté sur lesquels tu peux bosser avec moi. J'ai la régate des couples là, au mois de novembre où je travaille à deux.
Couple of short climbs there from Alyssa Webber and Ben Isaac Tresco and Damien Blucard as well. It's slow and steady from Molly Thompson-Smith and the New Zealander Mate Lockwood as well.
Il y a matière à faire aussi.
Pas mal de charges.
Ouais.
C'est pour ça que je suis preneur.
Bah ouais. Vous êtes combien? Vous êtes
le matos, les loyers.
c'est pas cher.
Ouais, voilà.
Et ça, c'est le début, quoi. Quel intérêt d'avoir.
18th climber out on Male Youth B, Mikel Aiser, l'unico Sauro Molina. Molly Thompson-Smith with a 38 plus puts her into tight 8th place. Not the start for Matty Lockwood. He currently resides in 18th place on Male Youth A with a 19 plus. Alyssa Webber, 26 plus for the Canadian athlete. Ben Isaac Tresco, 30 plus for the American, puts him in 6th place. Lucas Keepo, the American athlete, 31 plus, and puts him into 13th place. Damien Blocker of South Africa with a 14, currently props up the leaderboard in 17th. Two more British athletes making an appearance, Alex Waterhouse and Hannah Slaney.
Il y a le longboard aussi.
Ouais.
Ouais. T'as des contacts? Tu les connais?
Non, mais tu peux avoir des contacts.
Des reportages sur lesquels on peut travailler à deux aussi.
Ah bah oui.
Bah, pour gagner du temps et pour avoir des plans sympas, tu vois, je pense au longboard, il vaut mieux le faire à deux. Tu veux faire une descente et tu suis le mec.
Moi, je peux faire dans une bagnole, tu vois.
Bah là, ça serait mon canam en fait. Mon canam, tu connais mon canam ou pas? Bah, c'est un tricycle là.
Ah ouais, je connais pas rien.
Et en fait, bah, t'as deux roues devant, une roue derrière. Et du coup, tu peux te mettre en position inversée, arrière, et tenir ta caméra au ras du sol, quoi. Ouais, j'ai quelques outils sympas. T'as un bombardier aussi. Pour la régaler tout. J'avais un opérateur sol. Et avec un autre opérateur pilote et
Good steady stuff from Alex Waterhouse here for the Brits, joined by Alana Ring from Switzerland and the Canadian athlete Alison Funk. We'll see if she's got the moves. And for those of you playing along at home, that's the first punt of the day. Plenty more to come over the next 4 days. And just to remind you, of course, that the opening ceremony, that if you missed it yesterday, it's still available online. Yes, over 1,000 people watched the World Youth Championships opening ceremony here yesterday. Fascinating dance little troupe that we had here later on. A bit of hesitancy there from Vadim Malashnikov. Sydney Trinidad from the United States, bottom right of your screen currently.
us a club track today. Just follow the instructions and you'll be an electronic music producer in no time. Step number 1. Open your cracked software and import a random loop. Like this. Now you need a fat ass drop.
So we're more or less approaching halfway, in fact, of this opening session. Hawk Palmer from Austria just getting underway, as is Bernard Roque. Short but sweet there from Eva Thompson. And we have Pan Yufei from China on the male beavers.
Okay, now we need some fat distortion. More distortion. I said more distortion. Time for another fat ass drop. Make some noise with stadium horns.
Pan Yufei looking good here, topping out. Excellent stuff there from the Chinese athlete, and in fact, only becomes the second athlete to top out today on that route. Sian Mosfeet of New Zealand. About a third of the way into her climb. York Palmer just getting a little bit of, struggling a little here. Mainchi Nagasaki of Japan. Just getting underway. Plenty of applause there for the efforts of Jorge Palmer. I'm delighted to be joined by Paul, one of our route setters. Now, first question I'm going to ask you, Paul, as I know you take your job very seriously. Why were you using a ladder before?
A ladder?
A ladder, yes. There's been a lot of disdain, as it were. You know, people want to know why you're using a ladder. As one of the chief route setters, you should be climbing these walls. You're using a ladder.
Hello everybody. No, we just forget to tape two crinkles.
Dear. He's not happy. Mike was not happy about that. You know, knowing how seriously you take your job and everything else, you deserve a slap on the wrist for using a ladder. But anyway,
we have also a lift. For the old guys, we must take the lift.
Indeed. Let's just chat about your job here. There's 6 routes that you've had to plan for here. Just tell me how much work went into the routes that were planned here for this World Youth Championship.
It's one week, full day's work, from 9 to 9 in all days till last Sunday. So I had the chance to be in the team with Thomas Rexky and Rainy Fischinger. It was a great job together, and it doesn't take so much time to set the routes, but mostly the time is spending to be sure that the level is correct.
Tell me, how much will these routes change over the next few days? Now, I'm pretty sure, I think you mentioned to me that it's basically they're going to mix it up this afternoon. There'll be the same routes, but it will just be different starts for each of the
6 categories.
Yes, that's right. Routes you are watching just right now are between 7C and 8A plus, something like that for juniors. And in fact, in Flash modus, it's quite simple for the climbers to understand what we wanted them to do. And for the semi-final, it's nearly the same level, but they are on site, so it's not the same thing for them in their mind. They have to imagine all the moves, and it's not the same thing. And for the final, it will be much harder.
How harder?
It's close to 8C for the boys.
But so it's going to be a proper test for them come the final on Monday night and Tuesday night.
Yep.
Fantastic. Tell me, how much have you enjoyed yourself here in the South Pacific? It's a different venue that we've used to. It's something completely new, brand new wall that they've had to build here because of what's happened the past few months. How much have you enjoyed yourself here on this island?
We don't really start to enjoy the island. We spend our full time to put some holes in the wall, but yeah, we had only the nights to enjoy the city, but it was great.
Fantastic, and I know the hard work will continue for you and your team over the next couple of days. Paul, appreciate you coming along.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
So Paul, one of our G3 setters, is interested in fascinating insights of what goes in the mind of these route setters, and you know, as he mentioned there, it's a gentle start for all these climbers in the qualifiers, then just ramping up the pace in the semi-finals before a true climbing test in the final to separate the cream from the crop, as it were.
Actuellement, 5 grimpeuses dans sa catégorie ont atteint le sommet. Il s'agit de la japonaise Aya.
Ça c'est du faux, mais là c'est vrai. Hein. Il a été plaqué peut-être, non?
Il est présenté l'initiative de l'officier Jessica
On va bien avoir du gazon comme ça.
de la française de la ville de la
Ouais, ils ont dû plaquer, je pense.
de la japonaise Yuki Hiroshige. Et on a vu aussi Noumea. Celle aussi, l'autre française, c'était une catégorie très intéressante chez les juniors filles. 5 girls, 5 girls in youth in junior weight.
Il a dit qu'il aimait pas les zooms numériques.
So 2 hours into these qualifications, just gone, approaching 11:05 here local time. And looks like we could have another top here from the Italian climber, Asciagolo. Clip the rope in and she's away. Well done. So 2 hours in, let's give you a rundown of where we stand right now. Starting with the action top left of your screen, Male Youth A. 4 climbers so far have topped out on Male Youth A. Nicholas Colleen and Brendan Mitchell. Colleen of Belgium, Mitchell of the United States, Jörg Palmer of Austria and Jean-Luca Posch of Austria as well. They make up the top 4, then 4 climbers tied in tied 5th place on 41 plus. They include William Bosi, Benjamin Hana, Shin Ichiro Noumea and Lucas Ukeda. Then in 9th place, Brian Hyang of the United States, Hugo Palmatea of France in 37 plus in 10th place, Alex Waterhouse of Great Britain, 36 plus from Alex in 11th, Kyle Murdoch in 12th place with 34 plus. 2 climbers tied in 13th place on 32 plus. They are Yongkyun Kim and Vadim Malshchukov of Russia. 2 climbers in tied 15th place on 32. That's Daniel Muith and Danny Zakirov. Jimin No of Korea, in 30 plus from the South Korean athlete. Yaya Curtis of South Africa with a 22 in 18th place. Then 4 climbers tied on 20 plus. They include Chen Hinzong of China, Mark Longmire of New Zealand, Rulin Pang of China, and Tristan John Stewart of South Africa. And finally, Matai Lockwood of New Zealand props up that leaderboard in 23rd place. So the action of female Youth A. So far we have seen 19 athletes take to the wall, and only 2 have topped out. They are Eloise Dumont and Alina Ring of Switzerland, Dumont of Belgium. 3rd place, Musato Nishikori of Japan, 44 plus. Keiza Rosen of Sweden with a 42. Margot Hayes of USA with a 41. Then we have 3 climbers on 40 plus, including Julia Fiese of Austria, Min Seon Kim of South Korea, and Mo Yoshimura of Japan. 3 climbers tied again in 9th place on 38 plus. They include Claire B. Find of the United States, Julia Pantelieva of Russia, and Molly Thompson-Smith of Great Britain. Joanne Brinkman of Switzerland is in 12th place with 37, and then a bit of a gap. Erika Gatland of New Zealand with 20 plus, tied with Evgenia Lapshina of Russia. 15th place, Sukon Kim of 19 plus. 2 athletes on 16 plus from Canada in tied 16th place. They are Eva Thompson and Olivia Wyatt. The New Zealander Shan Moffat with a 13 plus in 18th place, and then Mayuri Deshmukh of India, the only Indian athlete here at the World Youth Championships, in 19th place currently with a 5 plus. Female juniors. So far, 6 athletes have topped out. They include Julia Chanoudri of France, Yuki Horisinj of Japan, Sola Kim of South Korea, Aya Ono of Japan, Jessica Peels of Austria, and Solomon Romain of France. 6 athletes topped out so far in the junior females. Dana Guilhem Kanova of Russia, 38 plus in 7th place. Kira Condi of the United States, 38 in 8th place. 2 climbers tied in 9th. They are Anne-Sophie Koller and Claudia Maldonado, 37 plus apiece. Katrina Mann of Sweden with a 32, tied with the Chinese athlete Dun Yu with 32. Mariana Ferro of Mexico with a 31 plus, 14th place. Alyssa Weber of Canada with a 26 plus, 15th place. Elena Markushiva and Tegan Wilson, 25 plus each. Teresa Svoboldova of the Czech Republic with a 24 plus. Corinne Barr, to beg your pardon, of Canada with a 23 plus. 19th place we have Samantha Stanton of South Africa with a 20. Alison Funk of Canada with a 19. Alana Grigsby of New Zealand with a 21 plus. And finally Gillian Ha of Canada with a 17 plus. And I should remind you, in fact, all them athletes will qualify for the semi-finals, as there's only 25 taking place. The male juniors, look at this, 3 climbers so far have topped out. They include Martin Burgard, Naoki Shimatani, and Horoto Shimizu of Japan. Keichiro Korinaga of Japan with a 40 in 4th place. Mayo Bonzom of France, 36 plus, alongside Bernard Roque of Austria. Shin Young-yoon of South Korea, 32. Hector Lopez Valdez in 8th place with 31. Ben Isaac Tresco of the United States in 9th place with 30 plus. 10th place, Yevgeny Kozlov with a 23. Then Dian Groskamp, Netherlands, 16 plus. Zeman Chesnikov, Russia, 16 in 12th place. Tuan Christes, 15 plus, tied with Sung Chan Pi of South Korea with a 15 plus. Nick Milburn of the United States, 14. James Davidson, 13 plus, just tied in with Samuel Bowman of Australia. Ruslan Faizulin of Russia and Gerard Jordan of Australia, all on 13 plus, alongside Nathan LeBlanc Lemonge, Loic Martin Magnan, both of Canada, 13 plus. Andrew Rimmer of the United States with 13 plus, alongside Dong Hyu Son, Matthew Ziano. There are currently 9 athletes in tied 16th place, all on 13 plus. and 2 athletes propping up the leaderboard with 12 plus. They are Alejandro Martes Cordero and Zach Schuster Barton of New Zealand. Finally, I'll run you through the male youth B and the female youth B, the scores so far in that one. 22 climbers we've seen so far. On male youth B, Rudolf Runa of the United States is the only climber to top out on that route so far. He lies in first place. 3 climbers tied in second. They are Tiato Nakagami of Japan, Matthias Posch of Austria, and Mizuki Tajima of Japan, all on 42 plus. Kai Leitner of the United States, 41 plus from the American. 4 climbers tied in 6th place with 41. They are Giorgio Bendazzoli, Reese Brandon of Australia, Min Young Lee of South Korea, Mikel Asa, Luna Casero Molina of Spain with 41 as well, tied in 6th place. Carlos Granja of Ecuador, 40 plus for the Ecuadorian athlete. Huey Kato of Japan with a 39 plus in 11th. Meichi Nagasaki of Japan with 39 as well in 12th place. Pan Yufei of China 38 plus in 13th. Yuma Alba 35 plus in 14th place. Konstantin Golenko of Russia 33 score puts the Russian in 15th. Joshua Corner of New Zealand with a 31 plus alongside Lucas Keeple of the United States. 18th place. Aaron David Sapano Epard of Mexico with a 30 plus. Chris Kosa of South Africa with a 22 plus in 19th place. Jack Wyatt of Canada, 20 plus in 20th place. Nathan Allen Bottomley I should beg your pardon, of New Zealand with a 16 in 21st. And Damien Blucker of South Africa in 22nd place with a 14. Finally, women's youth B. So far, 8 climbers have topped out on this route. They are Janja Ganbre of Slovenia, Isa Golo of Italy, Michelle Hulinger of Switzerland, Elena Krasavaskia of Russia, Victoria Meshakova of Russia, Natsuko Shimizu of Japan, Laura Stockler of Austria, and Arina Varik of Russia, all topping out on the women's youth B route. 9th place, Marlena Hinkle of the USA, tied with Hannah Slaney of Great Britain and Ziza Slemenzek of Slovenia, all on 37 plus. Sunny Trinidad of the United States with a 37. Mika Hoizoi of Canada, 35, alongside Chen Huyoing of China with a 35 as well. Cara Herzen, United States, 34 plus. Julia Masulo, Canada, 23. Gahi Lee in 17th place with a 22 plus. Then we have Courtney Below of Canada with a 16 plus. Lucy Whitehead of New Zealand with a 16 plus and tied 18th. Then in tied 20th place, Remington Irwin of Canada. Carly McElroy of New Zealand with a 14 plus, I do beg your pardon. Mariana Alonso Riquelme of Mexico with a 12 plus in 22nd. 23rd place, we have Samantha Hernandez Gomez of Mexico with an 11. Tied with the South African athlete, India Kragalosan Kraya in 23rd place. That keeps you up to date. Just to remind you all, these athletes will come back this evening for qualifying route 2. As Paul, our route setter, mentioned, they'll just be swapping the routes. There will be no changing of the routes during half time. So you could be seeing the junior men's on the youth A men's. You know, that could happen. You know, it's going to basically mix it up. Maybe change just 1 or 2 holds to try and separate the many athletes on show here in Noumea. Right, first category to finish will be in the bottom left of your screen. Andrea Rojas is the last climber of the junior females. She's just about to start. There's climbing there, Loic Timmermans. We'll seen him on the senior tour in the past. Bidding for World Youth Glory. Good climb from the Russian, Luisa Emilieva. Looks like she's going to be the 9th athlete to top out on this Youth B female route.
So good. 5 minutes 48 seconds and minute. Then we please. Un petit mot là. Comment ça s'est passé? C'est ça, on regarde la montre, c'est pas les certains juges, mais non.
So the women's competition is finished. The female juniors. Just 25 athletes taking part, so they'll all advance to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Super, merci. Romain Belgique, qui justement est un bout au dernier palmarès cette année, c'est
trying to. I thought it was too bright. I tried to do it earlier. After we didn't have a look.
So we've got about 16 climbers to come on a female youth. And another top on Women's Youth B, Melina Costanza. Well done to her. And Seunggon Young of Korea, just a part in the wall as well. Really getting down to the business end of this first round of qualifiers. We've got about 16 climbs to go on female route, female youth A. Male youth A, we've got quite a few to go. We've got about 20 climbers to come on the male youth A route. The women's juniors is done. I'm running through that leaderboard shortly. Only a few to come as well. In the junior males, 3 to go after Sean Bailey. So that competition will be finishing shortly. Six climbers to go on female youth B, and we've got a good chunk to go out on the male youth B as well, around about 12, 13 climbs to go. Still plenty of climb to come here this morning in Noumea. Just to remind you, we'll be back 5 o'clock here local time for the second half.
From Canada, Alexander. Caledonia.
Handicap numéro 1. Clairement, il y aurait du monde à mon avis.
Sean Bailey doing excellent work here on male juniors. And becomes the 6th climber to top out on that route.
Ah, t'es d'origine mexicaine alors? Ah ouais. Non, une copie en fait de mexicaine. Putain. Vega Mexico avec le dossard numéro 210. Allez, la voile. Go, Great Britain. Venga Mexico. Actuellement, préparation également. La technique. C'est bien en voile. On encourage les sportifs. Tu l'as perdu. En train de dire, on n'a pas un statut bénévole. Bénévole tout debout.
Come on, Brits are on it. Come on, Brits on the wall. James Pope and Rebecca Kinghorn. Short but sweet for Ulysses Fernandez Gomez. Also plenty of you out there burning the midnight oil. 2:30 in the morning Central European time, 1:30 in London, 8:30 in the evening in New York. Let me know where you are. Send us a tweet on IFSC. WICH is the hashtag on Twitter. And also any questions as well. We'll try and answer as many as we can. And also we'll try and get some of the best in the business to come and join me as well from the IFSC, and maybe a few of the climbers later on this afternoon when they've had both their climbs, and we'll chat to some of the young stars of the future.
Dans le coin, dans le coin. Ouais, moi je suis sur les routes de la dimanche. Ouais, donc c'est en regarde, on amène un personnage, tu vois. Ouais. Comme ça, moi je peux regarder quand même, tu vois. On l'a fait tout à l'heure, quoi. Ouais, je t'amènerai le... Je t'amènerai mon MacBook Pro et puis je regarde, mais tu décortiques ça un peu. Un reportage qui a bien fonctionné, tu vois, le dernier que j'ai fait là sur le VTT, c'était cool. J'ai utilisé les images de la méga rando, tu vois, percuté aussi sur des sujets que tu fais après, tu vois. Des sujets sportifs pour un autre truc. Tu penses reportage derrière. Par exemple là, je fais...
A bit short and sweet there from Li Gong of China. Bottom left of your screen. It's
Bah, je vais amener
a bit of a mistake on his route there. Yeah, just 10 moves from the Chinese athlete.
Je trouve un reportage avant la fin du week-end. Objectif. Au moins un ou deux, tu pourrais faire. Ah, d'accord. On va faire les bénévoles, là, tu vois. Ouais.
Australian athlete Roxy Perry.
Une action internationale, par exemple, tu vois, un truc international. Qu'est-ce qu'on attend des bénévoles? Alors moi, je fais ça, moi, je fais ça. Ouais.
So, Team Mexico have sent out Hector Adrian Martinez Cordero. The Mexican athletes, a few of them wearing sombreros during the opening ceremony yesterday.
Peut-être qu'on va se partager le taf. On va travailler comme ça pendant qu'il y en a qui bossent derrière pour faire du reportage. Fais gaffe, on met 2 ou 3 là. On a 26 morts.
So final athlete on the bottom left of your screen on the male juniors is Francis Bilodeau of Canada. He is the last competitor taking part in the male juniors. He's the 32nd and final athlete of the qualifications this morning. And doing it in good time as well.
Ah, il gère le Mexicain.
So that's the end of the male juniors as well. Francis Bilodeau bringing the competition to a conclusion. Disappointment from Hector Adrian Martinez Cordero. Wasn't too happy with that one. And Chen Yu from China also departing the wall.
C'est pas pareil avec le 16.
On a une performance en demi-finale du Caledonia dans les catégories minimes et actuellement classe en aujourd'hui les Noumea 14 ans. Ici, ils donnent 6e. La dernière distance.
Campbell Harrison making good progress here. Campbell Harrison, fist pumps galore. Delighted with his work.
Il a raté, ouais. Putain, c'est con là.
For the male, Youth A. And 6, Youth at the same position. Youth World. Mais on rappelle que pour l'instant les compétiteurs peuvent regarder les joueurs, peuvent les regarder sur la vidéo et ce sera pas le cas. Après, aujourd'hui on a sorti 26 personnes pour chacune des catégories. C'est-à-dire qu'ils sont encore 64 et ils seront 126 demain. En difficulté, et après on veut le sport athletes. And the individuals who went good and twins. When you were 50 and 62, they will be another 1 or 2 will be in semi-final.
GH4 Si, on en a. Vous en avez un? T'as testé? Ouais, pas mal, on fait 4. C'est propre? T'as eu tech.
Well, delighted to be joined by Graham Alderson from the IFSC. Graham, a very good afternoon.
Hi Johnny, how are you doing?
We're all good. We're rocking and rolling here at the IFSC World Youth Championships. Now, Graham, just explain to me how much organisation the IFSC have to put in just to put on one of these championships. Bear in mind, there's 340 kids here. Next year in Arco, it's going to be close to 1,000. You know, it must give you guys a headache.
Well, actually, it's the FFME who are the organisers, not the IFSC. So they're the ones that shoulder the burden. But it's an awful lot of work. I mean, you know, they built this wall just for us because obviously the other one burnt down. So the amount of work, for example, Arco, they're already working on it. They're already planning a year ahead. They've got to sort out the accommodation. You say 1,000 athletes, double it for the number of parents, coaches, all of that kind of people. It has a massive impact on the host venue and the host city.
Just explain to everybody the bidding process, as it were, for a World Youth Championship. It's different to the World Championships, but this one is, it goes like a continental rota, as it were.
Yes, there's a rotation system. It was introduced at the plenary assembly 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly when, because it was felt that for the development of the sport we had to have the rotation system. So we go in to the, currently we don't have any, we only have South Africa as representative in Africa, and they're not ready to host an event yet. So we go around the 4 other continents. So we have Pan America, Europe, Oceania and Asia, and yes, it goes in strict rotation. If there is not the candidate from the preferred continent, then it's open house and anybody can apply.
As I said, we've been to Singapore in the last few years, we were out in Canada last year, we're out here in Oceania and this year, Europe next year, we're in Arco. 2016, which way will it go back then? Back to Asia?
Yes, we're in Asia, we're probably in China in Nanjing. The CMA have said they can host it, and then after that we'll be, in theory, back in North America, probably in Canada.
Yeah, but hopefully, as you rightly mentioned, though, South Africa are the only active federation on the African continent, and it's something that I know the IFSC are looking forward to try and get an event on African soil.
Well, we're hoping to have an event. It won't be an official IFSC event, but they're talking about having an international event in South Africa, possibly next year. It'll actually be a fundraiser for Climbers Against Cancer. Hopefully we can go down there. You boys maybe will turn up and get a webcast. It'd be great to webcast something from South Africa, but it will be primarily a development competition to see if the South Africans are ready, I believe, but also a Climbers Against Cancer fundraiser, which is of course the official charity of the IFSC.
Absolutely, you know, and I was chatting to John Ellison last week in Gijon, and he's still right behind that charity, and I did get a t-shirt off him eventually as well. But let's just look at climbing in general, Graham. Look, when you started here on the IFSC and even before that, how much have you seen this sport grow throughout the years?
Well, I was actually working at the first ever World Cup in 1989, so this is my
25 years ago.
25th anniversary this year. So it's come on an awful lot. It's turned from a sport that outdoor climbers dabbled into a sport where these guys are full-time athletes. We've also got, I mean, here we've got a full team from New Zealand, full team from Canada, full team from a lot of the nations that we never
48 athletes or 47 athletes apiece from Russia, United States. It's a fantastic turnout.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. We were a bit worried that because of the logistics and the cost of coming over here and the effect of the Senior World, so to call it, in Hihong last week, that we would be seriously down in numbers. We're down a little bit, but it is the other side of the world for a lot of athletes from Europe and even from Pan America. It's an awful long way to get here. So we've got a lot better turnout than we were fearing, and next year, as you say in Arco, it will be mad. First time we have bouldering in the World Championships for youth. It's going to be crazy. There's going to be so many people there.
But one thing, let's looking back at 2014 in general, looking at the bouldering, the league season still going on. We've got the Asia Tour coming up shortly. I started doing this, dabbled in the commentary of the climb about 2 years ago in Chongqing. I've seen it grow a lot since then. Looking at the overall picture, where do you see the sport now towards the end of the decade?
Well, it's a big question, that, Johnny. Well, yeah, we're continuing to aim for the Olympics. That's the treasure at the end of the rainbow. So we're hoping, obviously being in Nanjing at the Youth Olympic Games as a sort of demonstration sport was great for us. We were able to show the IOC members what our sport's about, and I believe we went down very well. So obviously, you know, there is apparently a possibility that 2020 is still open. And that's what we're aiming for.
How's that coming about? Why is 2020 possibly still open? I say possibly in inverted commas. But we'll see.
I'm not privy to that kind of info, Johnny, so sorry. I'm not really aware. I'd be guessing if I said anything, and it wouldn't be right for me to guess.
But looking on though, it went down a storm down in Nanjing at the Youth Olympic Games, which the whole event went down a storm, and it's good to see the climbing went down well with a lot of these kids. Yeah,
we were in what was called the Sports Lab, where some of the sports that were on the shortlist for 2020, I believe Wuji was there, and we were really popular with a lot of the other athletes as well. They all came down, tried climbing. We had, I think, something like 20 young athletes there demonstrating, and we had thousands of Chinese kids came through and tried climbing. And China's one of our big development areas. We've seen here some of the Chinese guys in lead, which has not been their speciality. They've always been known more as speed climbers. They're starting to come through as lead climbers. We've had boulderers in Chongqing, and they're starting to develop in these disciplines as well. So I think being in Nanjing is only positive.
You just mentioned China there, and it's a big development country for climbing. We've got 3 World Cups there this year: Chongqing, Haiyang, and Wujiang later in the year. Will you think in the future we'll see a lot more climbing in Asia? You know, a lot more trips to World Cups out there, not just later in the year in Asia when we have the 3 lead events, but a lot more of a bouldering series maybe out in Japan and Korea and some other parts of Asia as well.
Well, we did have a bouldering World Cup in Japan a few years ago, and a long time ago we had another bouldering World Cup in China. So yes, it'd be really nice to get an Asian tour in bouldering. It would be nice to go to Korea, for example. We've had Mokpo for lead, and of course in lead they have Jain Kim, so lead climbing is really big in Korea. I mean, Jain is a genuine sports star over there. We haven't yet had the same kind of superstar in bouldering, so maybe if we do get that, then bouldering in Korea will take off. Japan, of course, we have amazing athletes in all of the disciplines, in lead and bouldering from Japan. I mean, we see here, my guess is we're going to have at least 1 Japanese world champion and a few on the podium. So the Japanese youth system's just producing them. Every year in the bouldering in particular, we see obviously Akio. You know, she's brilliant. She's the World Cup champion, and she has been in the past. But we see more and more people we've never heard of getting to finals and doing it on a regularish basis, more than 1 a year. So yeah, the development in Japan is great. But they put on the lead World Cup. and to put on 2 World Cups, it's expensive.
Yeah. Where do you see? Well, you just mentioned the development of the sport in as I say, where we're here, the Youth World Championships. Just give me an example of, from what you've seen on British soil, how much effort and time a lot of these coaches put into developing kids from 9-10 years old to try and make them world-class climbers.
Oh well, it's a thankless task. It's generally unpaid, and I mean, for example, Ian Dunn here, who's the British coach. I mean, he puts in days and days of work, and they work with their young athletes for years with a proper long-term development plan. And now I know that in Britain there's a lot of development in the coaching systems. The British Mountaineering Council and the Mountain Leader Training Boards have, at last, after many years of discussing it, come up with a proper coaching scheme. And I know that coaching schemes have been in place in many countries for a long time. And once we see real grassroots coaching, then obviously after a few years down the line, the top of the pyramid comes in.
One final question from me, Graham. There might be somebody watching this right now, or a parent, might have a 8-9-year-old and thinking, I want to push them into a sport. I want to give climbing a go. How do they get involved? What's the best way of trying to get them to the nearest climbing gym possible?
Well, I mean, most climbing gyms will be listed on, for example, their federation's website or something like that. Again, using the British Mountaineering Council, because obviously I'm British, I'm much more familiar with them. They have a database of climbing walls. So, you go there. I mean, for example, pop in Sheffield in the search engine in a place like the Foundry.
You got to drop it in, haven't you? You got to drop it in.
I did say the Foundry first.
Do we all get free entry?
Yes, today free entry for the next 5 hours.
Well, God, sorry, you were saying though.
Yeah, just go on the searchable database. There's lots of websites out there. We'll tell you where to go and get down there, enroll them on a course. If they like it, see how good they get. There's plenty of opportunities to get involved with climbing.
And as we can see here in Noumea, 340 kids from around the world are here to contest in these World Youth Championships. It's a great testament to the sport and a great testament to the IFSC. Graham, thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny.
Sur des tournages. Ouais, par exemple sur Music Mix, tu gères un passage de micro.
J'ai un petit message au sujet de deux véhicules qui gênent et que j'aimerais vous laisser très rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Tout car à Scooby-Wood, une Renault Kangoo immatriculée 293 846. Renault Kangoo 293 846. Et un Suzuki Slash 372 001. Tout car à Scooby-Wood, please do it quickly. Le millionnaire de Riva, c'est la Brent dans sa catégorie. 6 personnes ont atteint le sommet. Beaucoup de la maîtrise. Le coup de frein, c'est vraiment de l'élection et la déception chez les minimes. Évidemment, cet après-midi, la carte est rico.
Bon, ils sont bonnes, c'est pas de fruits là?
T'en veux?
Et ça suivi de l'Italie avec leader de Mastigny.
Mais alors, tu nous réserves? Alors que tous les jurys là-bas, ils en avaient plein?
Je suis aucun jury, moi. Ah non, midi, les midi, on va les manger.
Je suis responsable. Ah, je suis juge moi aussi, mais t'es encore pire. Je suis là en backup pour gestion des problèmes. D'accord. Tu vas nous chercher des gâteaux, tout ça, quand on a besoin. Ça, ils veulent. T'as de la chance, tu pars à Brisbane. Oui, ouais, grave. Je rêve que ça, c'est partir en voyage.
Actuellement, la France est dans la catégorie minime. Devant l'ordre des supporters. Il s'agit d'un 16 du bal.
Tu vas pas oublier de me prendre des sacs? Je te commande pas là. Tu prends bien les mêmes que toi, quoi. Les 95 mégabits en écriture et en inscription et en lecture. Et les mêmes que toi. Comme je vais tester qu'elle marche.
Je sais qu'elle marche, c'est une belle équipe.
Ah ouais.
Il y a 15 ans.
Après avoir, peut-être une 64, une 232, tu vois les faces, éventuellement.
Je les donne avant de vous dire.
À la scène.
On va avoir mal au bout
Un petit texte ou alors qu'on envoie un petit mail ou
Corrige l'escalade de domination au monde, c'est la taille niveau de l'espoir de joueurs. L'émotion, qualifications, avec Forza Italia. Allez la France, allez le Canada.
La dernière fois, c'était en 2007.
Arsène, Jérôme, le Canada. C'est
qu'à la maison, on ne paye pas l'hôtel, c'est tout.
T'as une maison, toi?
on disait tout à l'heure. C'est Lisa.
Sur le pied?
C'est double nationalité. Ah oui?
Les
Toi,
grands
t'as pas
gens,
calculé les 5 ans.
Mon plan, c'était une direction d'Australie.
Ah, tu veux me mettre une famille pour être naturalisé.
Florida.
Non, ma meilleure copine, elle a fait ça. Elodie 20 ans. Son mec, c'est un Pokémon, et puis ses gosses, c'est en Australie, quoi. Donc, tranquille, quoi. C'est bon.
Allez Arsène, on est bien là-haut. Allez la l'équipe de France en droite. Allez Arsène. Allez Lisa. Force à Lisa. Allez, c'est un rouge qui doit se rappeler le rouge, le noir ou le plafond. Ils ont pu voir les copains gratuits sur les vidéos des ouvreurs. C'est nous, les répètes. Allez, Arsène. Ils vont instead of paper, is not pushing the dishes. Donc le décolleur n'exécute pas la vaisselle s'il n'est pas trop gênant en escalade. Allez, Lisa. Venga, Mexico también.
También y aquí. Esta la fecha de
José Ramón Santos Bull de Mexique.
Non, j'ai bien fait prendre la première à droite.
Là, c'est pour rien. J'avais tous les miens, j'avais plus que vous. Merde. Vous n'avez pas ramassé.
Ouais, moi, je vais y aller.
Ouais, demain.
Je t'ai pas dit, c'est vrai, j'ai faire en soirée.
Ah, bah, les gars, ouais.
La Earth Dance. Elle va pas la faire, Earth Dance.
Mais c'est bon, t'inquiète pas, c'est ça, je vais
Et les amis, commencez l'escalade parce qu'ils vont faire ça. Allez, Lisa.
55 000.
Lisa est également sur le route. Lisa est de la catégorie cadette. Elle vous laisse Dani.
Moi, je vais dire à mes enfants de me regarder, je sais pas.
Donc là, nous avons des cadettes sur la gauche du mur. Il y a des garçons, il y a des filles. 15-16 ans. Et 13-14 ans à droite.
C'est horrible,
Chez les lignes. Allez, Lisa.
C'est horrible. Parce que c'est chiant.
Oh.
Il y a des filles avec qui
Lisa.
elle fait pas une semaine de vacances, je fais taper des filles.
Ah bon, j'espère que je vais avoir des gosses. Ah, c'est les
Une heure encore. Tu veux un chewing-gum?
Allez.
C'est des éclipses, t'as déjà mangé un chewing-gum éclipse?
Ouais.
C'est nouveau?
Ah non, pas éclipse.
Bah ouais, tu les connais en bonbons?
Ouais.
Mais en chewing-gum, c'est tout nouveau, ça les super
C'est comment, hein?
la semaine dernière. C'est pas mal. Ouais. Fraîcheur. Moi j'aime que la chloroquine, j'aime pas les autres.
Venga, México. Un beau retournement contre le leader du Mexique. La tête en bas. Ça part bien. Depuis les lolottes. Oh, ça coince régulièrement sur celle-ci.
Ils sont nuls hein. Pour des championnats du monde, c'est pas très bon.
Donc, sur le mur.
On est tombé sur un mur.
Aaron Taylor. Kevin Dormant. Continue donc. Et on enchaîne.
Comment en fait, il y a une petite photo.
Je travaille pour eux, en fait, je sais pas comment c'est le jour, elle m'a dit. Le cœur,
Avec l'américaine Margarita Mazzolama. Ouais, Margarita.
C'est un peu long des fois parce que on avait
L'excellence sur la nouvelle honneur de l'Union 546.
Ah oui, tu m'as raconté que tu es parti sur...
voilà, je fais pas
C'est Jean Sanders.
c'est pas ça que je dis. C'est qu'il m'appelle, même pas il m'appelle. Il me fait un mail pour me demander si je peux finir le mariage le vendredi soir.
Ah ouais.
j'ai pris comme ça, et le matin, moi je m'étais dit, bah, je la ferai. Il avait envoyé mes devis, ça lui allait pas, il répondait pas, tu vois. Moi je fais autre chose, j'étais en flop, un mois d'activité. Il me répond pas, et là il m'attend 1 heure avant tout, et c'est long et tout, je dis comment ça, tu m'as pas confirmé, tu vois. Non, mais je vais suis toujours un peu gêné, ça dépend de
T'es sûr? Moi je suis dessus là.
J'étais en large, moi je suis en très large.
And it's going to be the second top on the male youth B route, and it's by Adam Peters of Belgium.
Putain, alors, il a fait tout ça tout seul.
Son rêve de 29, c'est de devenir champion du monde senior. Comment on a fait si c'est déjà champion du monde ici? Ça va, Rod? Bien, content d'être à Noumea? D'accord, donc l'objectif là, sur les tours à pied, c'est quoi? Aller plus loin du coup, à chaque fois, aller pour nous sur le tel. Ok, je te souhaite le meilleur, on est de la course, c'est 4 jours, et j'ai envie de le voir très très loin. D'accord? Bravo, Rod. Et donc actuellement, sur les voies, le Japon.
Ça, c'est sa première fois. Ça va être la première fois pour moi, j'y serai pour 17h, calme. Et moi je lui donne vraiment là des trucs, j'espère, pense déjà à remettre tout, comment ces réglages, mais tout bien, c'est ça à zéro, tu vois, déjà pour pas faire n'importe quoi et pas commencer à régler des balances du blanc, la petite journée, et conseiller la cour, il était difficile quand même, tu vois, mais c'est pas, et Marc, c'est la première fois, on a demi-finale, c'est bon, moi jusqu'à présent, j'ai fait 4 matchs, j'étais au quart de finale, quoi, c'est pas important, ça, c'est pas important et tout. Ça peut une vite sur des balles arrachées. Mais j'en ai marre, tu sais quoi, moi, le matin, il va me dire des bah ouais, c'est sa femme qui paye pour je sais pas quoi, et nous, il ne paye pas du coup, tu vois. Il va pas nous payer pendant 10 ans. Bah, c'est pour ça que moi, je commence à prévoir autre chose, quoi, tu vois, déjà.
T'imagines dans 3 mois, il dit maintenant, tu vas?
Bah oui. C'est pour ça que je ne peux pas viser que lui. Hein. Au mois d'octobre, je pourrais faire quoi du tournage le soir ou les week-ends, d'accord? Si ces week-ends-là, ils me rapportent que dalle. C'est-à-dire que j'ai vraiment gagné que dalle, d'accord? Donc non, là, il y a même déjà un autre truc de foot que je vais annuler parce que, pareil, on propose 4 journées de boulot. J'ai négocié avec ma formation pour 2 journées pour pouvoir avoir sur un petit salaire. Hein. Qui me permet de payer mes traites, ne serait-ce que ça, tu vois, ma part. Ah, c'est lui, c'est lui. It's not me.
C'est toi qui parles.
Non, c'est ma faute. Putain, mais pas moi, c'est toi.
Mais ils sont rapides pour démarrer. Donc voilà, t'es resté ou là?
Non, je suis du large, moi t'inquiète. En fait, je n'ai pas le droit de goûter ton plan si j'ai d'arriver. Donc du coup, je fais du large. Je fais... J'imagine c'est parce que c'est vite de s'embrouiller dans les caméras. Ah, moi je suis black là.
Yes, to the top. That's good. It has to continue. Yes, we are. Well done.
Very well done there to Yoshiguchi Okata.
Allez, on va mettre la musique un peu plus fort. Non, allez, le marqueur de côté officiel. Et donc, actuellement, qui s'arrête à grimper. Dimitri Vogt, de Suisse, 17 ans. Il est allé à l'escalade parce que son papa grimpait. Et juste à côté, Christopher a grimpé.
La salle du gym là, la salle de la gym. Tous les mardis soirs ou le jeudi soir, c'est quasiment dingue. Vraiment que dalle. Et tous les mecs, franchement je suis allée 2-3 fois avec ma copine Floriane Desroches. On dit tous les gyms en fait. Mais ils passent par des entraînements physiques et tout. Et il y a quasiment tous les mecs qui font du surf, du kitesurf, machin. Parce que t'as des agrès et tout ça. Et c'est genre, allez, 10 000 balles l'année. Et tu peux venir une fois, 2 fois par semaine. Les premières fois, tu peux venir gratos parce que tu dis que tu viens pour voir. Ça te laisse passer déjà. Je ne vais pas continuer, mais parfois, il va gratos quoi. Ça va vraiment ça. C'est cool quoi. Et c'est pas mal quoi. Tu travailles le physique quoi, ton corps, ta muscu. Il faut faire des séries, tu vois. Maintenant, ça fait 10, c'est 20, 30, 40, c'est 20. C'est ça en abdos, en partie, en main. Au moment où tu l'as, je suis fait au milieu de tout. Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas fait de sport. Avec mon taf, sérieux. Moi, j'ai le visage, je trouve que je suis trop musclée. Je ne peux pas aller faire des trucs que
Belgique, Angleterre, Russie.
Ah oui, c'est ça. Elle pleure carrément la meuf. Elle pleure, elle pleure.
qu'il est marqué, il va te faire revenir.
T'es sûr de ça? Je suis pas sûr. J'ai pas entendu parler de ça, moi. Non, il a formé un autre gars à sa place. Bon, il a formé Guillaume.
Ils sont en Suisse, Lily World, Lily World, tous les heures, il est unique. Alors on est avec c'est joli, c'est la même publique. Voilà le Suisse supporter vide.
C'est vrai que c'est quoi en fait avec lui?
À ce moment-là, t'as pas 3 mois pour
So we're approaching the end of this first qualifying route, and a short and sweet there from Dimitri Vogt, and a little bit of disappointment there from the Swiss athlete. There's a handful of climbers left to go, and to remind you, we're back on around 5 p.m. here local time, which is around 9 or 8 a.m. Central European time.
And I'm sure I'm going to see you again and again and again. Okay? For sure, that's good.
Yes, 8 a.m. Saturday morning, and 7 a.m. in London, 2 a.m. on the east coast of America. Nice way to start your sports Saturday. Qualification 2 here in Noumea to get you underway on your Saturday morning. Mathieu Miquel from France, the 37th athlete on male youth feed, just 2 more to go after him. 3 more athletes to come out on female youth A. And 6 more athletes to come out on youth male route A.
Ils sont les supporters. Allez la France, allez la Russie. Ils sont où les supporters? Allez on encourage.
Il me fait de la contorsion, mec.
C'est bien là aussi, c'est parfait. Allez, vous êtes réunis à votre position. C'est les championnats du monde, il est là, il est au rendez-vous, il est originaire de Caledonie, 14 ans.
14 ans? Rappelez-moi, on dirait qu'on a pas. Quand même. Putain, il s'accroche pas là. Il n'a pas dû voir la tâche. L'enculé. L'enculé. C'est pour ça que je donne le son.
A welcoming round of applause there for Matteo Michel.
Il fait partie des meilleurs éléments du caillou. Il rejoint avec 3 autres de ses copains et copines l'équipe de France. Et on va continuer à voir tout le week-end et le début de semaine. Il grimpe actuellement pour la Russie. C'est Anton. C'est juste à côté, il se prépare, il vient de la République tchèque ou de l'Afrique du Sud. Allez, demi-boule. On passe du temps au délai. C'est un des endroits pacifiques de toute cette catégorie cadet.
37th athlete out on female youth A is Annabelle Slabet of South Africa. Anton Zvidyodov has just departed the wall, and on youth B, Volstek Virk of the Czech Republic. He's the penultimate athlete out, only one to go on that route after the Czech athlete.
L'avant-dernière rappeuse en catégorie Youth A. Annabelle, et juste après ce sera Anna Schubert de l'Autriche. C'est la dernière compétitrice chez les cadets. Il se lance pour les États-Unis. Il en restera après lui 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Il s'appelle Solomon Barth.
Je crois que je suis en zoom à fond.
Go USA!
Voilà.
So final athlete out on youth A female is Jakob's sister, Hannah Schubert. Solomon Barth getting underway in youth A male route. He'll be one of the last ones to go out. There's 5 to go actually after Solomon, including Sasha Lehman, Peter Dawson, Oliver Marks, Sam Newton and Alex Hernandez Casilla. 5 athletes to go on youth A, and just double checking youth B route. Yes, 1 to go after Volstek Virk, and that's Matthew Robinson of South Africa. So again towards the business end of these qualifiers here this morning in Noumea. And you'll be able to pick out your favourites very shortly on the leaderboard when we'll go through each category for you. As soon as we have finished play here. Still 5 climbs to go on the Youth A male route, so it could be another 20-30 minutes on air. And then we're back here at 5 PM local time in around about 4.5 hours time.
Ah, mais tout le monde est sur ta caméra.
Yeah, 4.5 hours time we'll have the second qualification.
Okay, that's one of the strategy points. Come on, Voltec. Yes, go ahead. Come on. La précipitation, il part à chercher peut-être de trop loin.
C'est ça.
Dans sa catégorie, il était l'avant-dernier à passer. Il sera suivi de Matthew Robinson, qui vient d'Afrique du Sud. Matthew qui est concentré. Dans ces catégories, je rappellerai seulement 2 sportifs pour la personne. Il s'agit du Belge Harold Peter, qu'on a vu tout à l'heure, un petit gabarit, et également Rudolf Ruana des États-Unis. 2 grimpeurs sont allés au sommet. Et donc ce qui est intéressant, vous voyez tout à l'heure le petit
Final climber out on the Youth B male section. It's Matthew Robinson from South Africa.
Pour la puissance se joue. Alors également sur la découverte athlétique dans la catégorie cadet. Pour Solomon. Come on. Yes.
Good effort from the American Solomon Barth. Spoke too soon. Still, good effort. They'll put him in the top 20. Hannah Schubert, what can she do? Only 2 climbers so far have found the top on this Youth A female route. Matthew Robinson, the final athlete out. Matthew Robinson, the final athlete out on the Youth B male route.
En fait, c'est eux qui ont mis le feu pour les assurances pour le championnat du monde.
Il est suivi par son copain de l'équipe suisse, Sacha Liman.
C'est quoi là-bas, regarde. Le mec, il a déjà décroché alors qu'il est même pas parti. Oh là, c'est nul.
Allez, on encourage l'Autriche.
Comment tu fais pour faire un truc pareil?
Come on, Australia, come on. I want you to support that. Go!
So Hannah Schubert has run out of time. But still a good climb there from the Austrian. So that's that route or category done. So just one category left to go now. That's the men's youth A. This is Sasha Lehman. He's the 5th to last athlete to go out. So the 5 athletes to go before qualification 1 here in Noumea is complete.
C'est donc dans la catégorie femelle, filles, youth et donc les filles cadets, les females youth et seulement 2 jeunes filles ont atteint le sommet de Noumea sur l'île de Solid. There is from Sweden Alina Ring. And from Belgium, Héloïse Goumont. 2 jeunes filles ont atteint le sommet chez les cadets. C'est la Belge Héloïse Goumont et c'est la Suisse Alina Ring. Sacha. Il a commencé à grimper à l'âge de... C'était il y a 13 ans, à l'âge de 3 ans. Quand ses parents ont amené dans une salle de vivre. Allez Sacha, posez un petit séjour, oui Sacha. Et bien notre médaillé dans la catégorie inférieure. Vous pouvez briller dans la catégorie supérieure. Il rejoint les 7 autres nageurs qui ont déjà atteint le sommet. A few words about this route that you go is in Noumea.
My goal in Noumea is
Le choix est une deuxième catégorie. Yeah, and you have to say that. I wish you the best. Good, Sacha. Et donc, il nous reste actuellement
ça va.
4 grimpeurs. 4 grimpeurs, c'est Peter Dawson actuellement.
Peter Dawson from Great Britain, the 4th to last climber to come out.
Vous voyez, c'est des panoramiques.
J'ai ramené un truc.
Ça suffit par le
et tu peux aussi mettre sur une échelle avec une scène et donc ça balade ta caméra. Comment ça va dire?
À mon avis, la boulangerie, elle
et vous avez la profité de l'escalinade, de l'escalade, du dénivelé. Les activités d'escalade chez Luchala et les défis du tennis. Le musée privé, le point musée, le mur mobile. Et bien sûr, vous devez être à l'heure avec un billet d'avion à gagner.
Non, je suis toujours décollée. J'ai jamais cassé, j'ai jamais vu. Après ça se voit, hein, je suis décollée. C'est pas tout dit, machin. Parfait.
même temps, t'es derrière la caméra.
C'est ça. Des fois, je regrette pas. Hein. Oh, la gueule, c'est bon. Heureusement qu'il y a personne dans ma gueule. Moi, j'ai dit bon, là, elle doit toujours être tu peux pas être fatigué, tu peux pas avoir la gueule dans le cul, tu peux pas...
Les grands hôtels, le gouvernement de la province sud, la province nord, la ville de Noumea, la ville de Lima, partenaire indispensable de cet événement.
Pourquoi on n'a pas des
La
t-shirts?
Fédération française de montagne d'escalade et l'IFSC International Qualification et bien sûr tous les bénévoles, ces amoureux qui œuvrent à la réussite de cet événement. 3 jours de folie, 4 jours de folie. On verra bien la ville de vitesse, le spectacle grandiose qui nous attend, de belles nocturnes.
Bah, c'est vrai qu'en plein cagnard, être en noir...
Encore 20 heures avant la pause et à remplir cet après-midi. Donc on est toujours dans la phase de qualif, tout le monde grimpe et ils sont 304 à grimper et le reste ne seront plus que 126, 156.
Pas rapide du congrès. Ouais. C'est nous pour les gens, parce que c'est à moi et pas rapide.
We support Great Britain.
Oh mon Dieu. C'est très bien ça. Ouais. On va les appeler. C'est comme il y a un morceau de la route qu'à moi, c'est Sébastien en fait. Ah mais c'est vrai, des fois, quand je me fais aligner ma prune chez ma tante, mais c'est moi qui l'ai payé là.
So that's the end of Peter Dawson on qualifying route number 1. He'll be back this afternoon. Just 3 more climbers to go now.
C'est ce que je vais faire. Je vais faire des gros plans et toi tu fais des... Ok? Histoire de vraiment...
So this is Oliver Marks from South Africa.
Il a fait Quand il avait un an, il a actuellement 17 ans.
Disappointment there for Oliver Marks. I think he knows he could have done a lot better, but he'll have a chance to redeem himself later this afternoon.
T'en as fait moins que nous. 3 fois plus que vous tous réunis. Super pays. Triple sandwich.
So the penultimate athlete, still getting cheered on by his teammates, is Sam Newton from Australia.
Il a envie d'aller grimper en Norvège, en Australie, dans l'Afrique du Sud. C'est envie de voyager.
Disappointment there for Sam Newton as well. So the final climber of this morning's qualification is Alex Hernandez Castilla from España.
Le chronomètre 17 heures pour au moins 4 ans d'escalade encore. Un beau spectacle qui vous vraiment fiscalité. Je vous disais, il était 303. Et à la fin de la journée, ils ne seront plus que 156. Noumea, España. Venga, España. Alex.
Good after this from Alex Hernandez Castilla, final climber out. A lot of climbers, a bit of a concertina at the moment, between 30 and 40 holds. Well, in fact, between 42 plus and 30 separates around about 22, 23 climbers. So, no doubt we're looking to separate them even more come this afternoon's second qualifying session.
Yes, yes.
There you go. Disappointment there from Alex Hernandez Castilla. You heard the exertion of disappointment, but that wraps it up here this morning in Noumea. So then stick around, let me run you through So this is where we stand at half-time of these qualifications here at the World Youth Championships in Noumea.
Pour la suite des qualifications. Donc on est toujours sur l'épreuve de difficulté. 26 nations, 304 compétiteurs. Et ce qui va se passer dans chacune des catégories, il n'y en aura plus que 26.
So then we'll start with the junior males first. 5 climbers topped out on the first route. They were Sean Bailey of the United States, Martin Bergan of Slovenia, Naoki Shimatini of Japan, alongside his fellow countryman Hiroto Shimizu of Japan, and Loic Timmermans as well from Belgium. Both of them 5 climbers topping out. 6th place, Keichiro Kodenaga. 7th, Miel Bosnom, timed with Bernhard Rock of Austria. Shin Yong-yoon in 9th place on his own for the South Korean with a 32. Hector Lopez Valdez in 10th place with a 31 plus. Then Ben Isaac Tresco with a 30 plus. And then Evgeny Kozlov at 23. And then a bit of a concertina from 13th downwards with 16 plus for a number of climbers. And all the way down to 13 plus, 12 plus. Try and spot your favourites. Alejandro Martes Cordero with a 12 plus there for the Mexican. A lot of climbers on 13 plus in tied 19th place. I count at least 10 in fact. And Li Gong of China props up the junior male leaderboard. We'll lose 6 of them after tonight. 26 will make it through to the semi-final. Junior females, 6 of them topped out. They were Julia Chanodri of France, Yuki Horoziji from Japan, Katja Kadic of Slovenia, Aya Ono of Japan, Jessica Pills of Austria, Solomon Romain of France. Sola Kim in 7th place solitary with 42 plus. 8th place Dana Gillam-Canova with 38 plus, Kaida Kondi with a 38 in 9th, and Anne-Sophie Collett with a 37 plus in 10th place. Second place, Claudia Maldonado in tied 10th place. Try and spot your favourites there. Alyssa Weber in 17th with a 26 plus. Tegan Wilson of the United States with in tied 18th. But one thing I will say, all these athletes will qualify for the semi-finals, as there are only 25 taking place in the female gyms.
Les résultats de Mel Yuki, resume for Mel Yuki, also on the board.
The Youth A male. There's a lot of competitors in this one, 45 I counted in all, and there were 6 that topped out. They were Nicholas Collin of Belgium, Yuki Harder of Japan, Brendan Mitchell of the United States, Jorge Palmer of Austria, Jan-Luca Posch of Austria as well, Hannes Puman of Sweden. Will Bosi, Ben Hanna, Campbell Harrison and Shinchiro Nomura, 41 plus on those guys in tied 7th place. Along with James Pope and Lucas Ukeda. 13th place Brian Hang, Hugo Palmatier with 14th, Alex Waterhouse in 15th, Hector Edren Mates Cotero in 16th place, Carl Murdoch in 17th, and a number of climbers in tied 18th place. Third page, Daniel Nuth, Daniel Zakharov. Just remind you, top 26 go through. We'll lose a lot of climbers in this Youth A male final because there's 45 taking part in all. Just still some scores needed to be added to the board. And no doubt you'll see plenty of these names online right now at ifsc-climbing.org. All the results on the start list for Qualification 2 are online. www.ifsc-climbing.org. Remember to use the hashtag on Twitter, IFSCWYCH. Youth Female A, only 2 athletes topping up this time. Eloise Dumont of Belgium and Elena Ringe of Switzerland. Mishikato Nishikori of Japan, 44 plus. Franziska Sterda of Austria, 42 plus. Kesa Rosen of Sweden with a 42. Margot Hayes, 41 plus. And then we have a number of climbers in tied 7th place, including Claire Biffand, Julia Fisa, Mishun Kim and Grace McKean. And Mo Yoshimura as well. 2 climbers tied 12th place, Johanna Farber and Andrea Kumin. Julia Panteliva tied 14th place with Molly Thompson-Smith. Joanne Brinkman, 37 plus in 16th place. Lisa Di Martini, 36 plus in 17th. Hannah Schubert, disappointment there from the Austrian, 34. And then a bit of a gap of 10 moves or so to the rest of the field. And again, same rules applying for the youth females, youth A females as well. The top 26 will go through to tomorrow's semi-final. Youth females. Results are oncoming for the youth B males. A little bit slow, but they're just about to arrive. Here they are, there we go. 2 athletes topped out in the youth B competition. They were Harold Peters of Belgium and Rudolf Runa of the United States. 3 climbers tied in 3rd place. Teiko Nakagami, Mateus Posch, Mizuki Kajima with a 42 plus. Kai Leitner, 6th place for the American, 41 plus. 2 athletes with a 41. They were Giorgio Bendazzoli and Mikael Aiza Luna Casero Molina of Spain, 41 apiece for those 2 athletes. Carlos Gracia of Ecuador with a 40 plus. Min Young Lee with a 40. 4 athletes tied on 39 plus. 1 athlete with a solitary 39. Pen Yufei, 38 plus. Hyun Kim, 37 plus. 2 athletes tied with a 35 plus. And Song Yim Yom with a 33. Konstantin Golenko, 33. Then you got 4 athletes there, I beg your pardon, on 31 plus. Reese Brandon with a 31 as well in 26th place. Aaron David Solano Epard with a 30 plus. Christian Livikira and so many other athletes as well, including Chris Costa with a 22 plus, and a few more South Africans just propping up at the bottom of that leaderboard. Last but not least, Youth B females, and they're going to have to find a good route to separate these girls because plenty of tops here. Juwon Bay, Melina Constanza, Louisa Emiliva, Hyanya Gambre, Isa Golo, Michelle Hullinger, Elena Krasavskia, Victoria Meshkova, Natsuko Shimizu, Laura Stockler, and Arina Varik all topped out. Then we've got 4 climbers in tied 12th place. Marlena Hinkle, Rebecca Kinghorn, Hannah Slaney, Zisa Slamenzek, Sydney Trinidad with a 37, solitary in 16th place. Aya Kukuzawa, 35 plus. Then 2 athletes on 35, Mika Hoizai and Chen Yu-yong. And then Chen Yu, 23 plus. Julia Masulo, 23. And then going to get interesting for a lot of these climbers later on. They're going to have to really pick up their game because we will lose a number of them. 26 make it through the semi-finals tomorrow night. So there you have it. That's the first chapter done here in Noumea. The second chapter begins in around about 4 hours time from now. do join us then, and I'll be here ready to welcome you back at the World Youth Climbing Championships here in Noumea. But from me, Johnny Bryan, I wish you a very good afternoon.